Please clear the competition pool. Please clear the competition pool. All right, good morning and welcome to Calgary University's Venema Aquatic Center for today's MIAA Invitational Swimming Diving Meet. We welcome you on this very, very cold morning, and to start our program, we will have our seniors for Calgary University recognized for the years that they've put in for this school and for the conference. We will start by recognizing Tori Beagle. Tori is a physical therapy major with future plans on working as a PT tech and trainer for a gap year, then going back to school and getting a doctorate in PT. Her favorite swimming memory is training trip at Deerfield Beach. Her advice is take every moment you have with this team and the sport. Have fun with it. Give it up for Tori Beagle. Up next, we have senior Megan Bencheling. Megan is majoring in nursing, and her future plans include getting a job around the Grand Rapids area and getting to marry the love of her life, Zach Logan, this summer. Her favorite memory is training trip and class volleyball, winning another class volleyball W, and also going to nationals with the people that she's met along the way. Her advice is be present and enjoy the little moments. Give it up for Megan Bencheling. Up next, we have senior Carter Detweiler, also known as Rick. Rick majors in sports management and business. His future plans include trying to graduate and working on landing an internship and waiting for the grad scheme to reveal itself so he can decide his plans ahead. His favorite swimming memory is riding in the back for practice on the way home from training trip in Ziggy's van with Yak, Halpern, and Henry. And Yak kept blasting music and hanging out in the summer while it was raining. His advice is you can always come in here every day and work your butt off, and it still might not make it. But I guarantee if you don't work hard, you definitely won't make it. Give it up for Rick. Up next, senior Beth Deluski. Beth is a major in biology and pre-med. Her future plans are to plan to through hike the Appalachian Trail and then move home to work and apply for medical school. Her favorite swimming memory is having everyone on training trip this year and Escargot Part 2. Her advice, make sure that you have fun with swimming. College goes by fast, so enjoy while it lasts. And always remember, happy swimmers are fast swimmers. Give it up for Beth Deluski. Up next, we have Luke Fole. Luke is a business major with a concentration in marketing and management. After graduation, he plans on obtaining a sales or marketing position with a company in the West Michigan area. One day, he would like to start his own company. His favorite swimming memory is he really enjoys spending time with the team. Teams events like Camp Out, Training Trip, and Christmas relays are some of his favorite memories. His advice is wake up smiling and have a good attitude. Give it up for Luke Fole. Up next is senior Caleb Gevin. Caleb is a double major in economics and philosophy. His future plans include after graduation traveling to Italy for a semester abroad and then looking for work in Grand Rapids. His favorite swimming memory is training trip and having class dinners and hanging out with the nationals team at NCAA. His advice, Part 1, take advantage of every moment with the team, and Part 2, never hesitate to ask for help. Give it up for Caleb Gevin. Up next is Tim Hayes. Tim is a kinesiology exercise science major. His future plans on becoming a college swim or strength and conditioning coach. And he is also a videographer part-time. Look him up on Instagram. Favorite swim memory is a Nerf war in the RBD dorm during winter training freshman year. His advice, no matter what you're doing in life, do it with passion. Whether it be sports or your job or hanging out with friends or spending time with family, express yourself to the fullest. Give it up for Tim Hayes. Up next is senior Josh Crum. Josh is majoring in speech pathology, and his future plans are to continue his education at Calgary University and get his master's in speech path. His favorite memory is finding a 6-foot wooden toboggan and going over jumps with 5 people sophomore year. His advice, every moment is a gift. Live today to the fullest and look after those around you. Give it up for Josh Crum. Up next, we have senior Zach Logan. Zach is a major in accounting and financing and a double major master's of accounting. His future plans are after graduation his life, Megan Benjamin, in July, and worked towards passing the core section of the CPA exam. His favorite swimming memory is some of his going to Thailand with his teammates and winning class volleyball again 2 years in a row. His advice is to the underclassmen is to cherish every moment. Time goes by very quickly, and I urge you to say yes to things and experiences. Also, make the most of relationships with teammates because those will be lasting well past when swimming is done, especially if you get married to them. Give it up for Zach Logan. Up next is senior Maddie McNeary. Maddie is a computer science major with minors in social work and criminology. Her future plans include pursuing a master's in social work. Her favorite swim memory is all 4 years have been a blast, but going to the Reef for training trip as well as the IM group Rio watch party in sophomore year was her favorite, including the Hot Wings for Life. Advice, say yes and have fun. 4 years go by quickly. Give it up for Maddie McNeary. Up next is senior Henry Fitman, who is a major in mechanical engineering. His future plans include getting an engineering job in the Grand Rapids area and living in an apartment with his best bud, Jacob Siegler. Eventually, save up enough to buy a house. His favorite swim memory is flying on a private jet to watch the Calvin team compete at nationals. His advice is make the most of every moment. Give it up for Henry Fitman. Up next is senior Charlie Platts. Charlie is an accounting major with future plans on returning to Calvin for a master's in accounting and obtaining his CPA license. His favorite swim memory is watching the Bills vs. Vikings game in the NBW freshman year. Advice, once you learn swimming, is about building relationships. It becomes a lot easier. Give it up for Charlie Platt. Up next is senior Elise Radowski. Elise is a major in civil engineering. Her future plans include working at Fish Beck with her municipal team. Her favorite swim memory is doing the annual pumpkin carving with her class of swimmers and having prank wars in the dorms. Her advice is invest in the relationships with your teammates. It will last a lot longer than swimming. Give it up for Elise Radowski. Up next is Josh Tater Ring. Josh is an English lit major. His future plans include returning home to Lansing to begin work for teaching abroad and starting as a substitute teacher in the Lansing district. Eventually, he wants to return to school and pursue his master's in some field. His favorite swim memory is early in the season watching everyone do the 18-100s while he got to do backflips. By the end of practice, I still got hurt just as much. His advice is time marches at its own pace and you cannot control it, but find solace in the fact that it will never stop. Give it up for Josh Grigg. Up next, we have senior Jake Skatenas. Jake is a finance and mechanical engineering minor with future plans into going into the workforce. His favorite memory is training trip every year and the hard work and shenanigans that are electric every single season. Advice is a positive attitude always wins, even on days that don't seem like a win. So try to always be positive. Give it up for Jake Skatenas. Up next, we have senior Kaylee Turner. Kaylee is a chemical engineering chemistry minor. With future plans are exploring her options in the chemical engineering industry. Her favorite swim memory is this year's training trip. Advice is never take this sport for granted. The practices, the meets, the teams that you will swim with, and above all, the memories. It will be over before you know it. Give it up for Kaylee Turner. Up next, we have senior Kristen Winkle. Kristen is a biochemistry and pre-PA major with future plans taking a gap year and working as a tech at Cornwell and then going to PA school. Her favorite swimming memory is going to Deerfield Beach for a training trip. Advice is to cherish the people around you who are pushing you to reach your goals and make every moment count because there will always be a time when you never get to do this all again. Give it up for Kristen Winkle. And last but not least, we have senior Jacob Siegler. Jacob Siegler, better known as Siggy, is a kinesiology and pre-PA track major with future plans on taking a gap year and will hopefully go into a physician assistant school around West Michigan. His favorite swim memory is the team Thailand trip. His advice is time is the most valuable thing you have. Since our time doesn't last forever, make the most of it by treating others with love. seniors, we thank you for all the hard work that you put in for Calvin Swimming and Diving and for the MIAA. We look forward to seeing you finish up your seasons and what God has in store for you in the future. Ladies and gentlemen, before we begin today's competition, we would like to honor those who have fought and continue to fight for the freedoms we enjoy in the United States of America. Please rise if you are able and direct your attention to the flag in the southeast corner of the facility. Gentlemen, remove your hats. Active and retired military may render the appropriate salute as we honor the United States with the playing of the Star and Spangled Banner. medley relay. There are 3 heats. This will be heat 1. We still could use one more timer for lane 1. If somebody's willing to stand to come down in time for lane 1, that would be appreciated. We're going to perform a quick test of the timing system. Heat 2. C at 32.99 in lane 6. That's it for event number 1. Next, event number 2 is the women's 400 medley relay. There are 2 heats each one. Swinging lane 2, the Atlas C relay of Lambier, Halligan, Sullivan, and Ragan. Lane 3, the Kalamazoo relay of Brenneman, Yunzemeyer, Turner, and May. Lane 4, the Gauthier relay of Sadowski, Maring, Deluski, and Opek. Lane 5, the Gauthier relay of Lewis, Smith, Scott, and Boycott. Lane 6, the Gauthier relay of Gardner, Singlewicz, Spitzley, and Vinci. Kalamazoo on the wall in lane 3. On the B relay on the wall in lane 6. 38 and 40 respectively. That's it for heat 1. Up next is heat 2. Women's 4-medley relay. Results of the men's 400-meter relay are scrolling on board. In lane 1 for Hope, the C relay of Kevich, Stoll, McGee, and Pinkerton. Lane 2, the Cal, B relay of Shutter, Banger, Vanderweel, and Harris. Lane 3, LBA relay of Lewandowski, Adcock, Gray, and Edwards. Lane 4, Low relay of Baldwin, Italy, Busey, and Westham. Lane 5, the Cal relay of McGee, Osborne, Lewandowski, and Andrews. Lane 6, the LB relay of Hills, Steph, Elliott, and Ryan. Lane 7, the Cal C relay of Pittman, Harrison, Weiser, and Lane 8, B relay of Cal, Eagles, Butler, Cassidy, and Walker.
Testing, testing.
Something's working.
Up next is event number 3, the men's 1650 freestyle. There are 2 heats. This will be heat 1.
Is this working?
Good afternoon, everybody. Today we are at the MIAA Invite 2026. I'll be announcing the diving order. First up, we're starting with Justin, then Mia, Sammy, Sophie, Kylie, Sam, Parker, Veronica, Hope, Alexis, Leah, Laura, Wen, Grace, Sarah, Maddie, Natalie, Thomas, Elliot, Alyssa, Xander, Tater, Abby, Ryan, Ethan, Ellie, Finn, Addison, Troy, Heidi, Barrett, Jenna, and Cooper, with a total of 33 divers. You can follow along for their scores at cleanentries.com. That's cleanentries.com. All right, everyone, and we are going to begin round one with Justin, 5132D, difficulty 2.1. Six and a half, 6, 6. Next up is MIAA, 105B, DD 2.6. I think 2.5, 2.5, 3. Next up, we have Sammy, 104B, DD 2.3. Five, 5.5, 6. Sophie, 104C, DD 2.2. Four and a half, 5, 5. Number 5, Kylie, 401B, DD 1.5. Five, 5.5, 5.5. Sam, 303C, DD 2. Five, 5.5, 5. Parker, 104B, DD 2.3. Five, 5, 5. Veronica, 104B, 2.3 is the DD. Five and a half, 5, 6. Hope, 104B, DD 2.3. Five, 5.5, 5.5. Alexis, 103B, DD 1.7. 5.5, 5, 5.5. Leah, 201A, DD 1.7. Five, 5.5, 5.5. Laura, 104B, DD 2.3. Six, 6, 6. When 105B, DD 2.6. Four.
Four, 4.5, 5.
You have to have it right next to your mouth.
Grace, 103B, 1.7 DD. Seven, 6.5, 6.5. Sarah, 103B, DD 1.7. Five and a half, 5, 5.5. Maddie, 103B, DD 1.7. Four and a half, 5, 4.5. Natalie, 301B, DD 1.7. Five and a half, 5.5, 6. Thomas, 103B, DD 1.6. Five and a half, 5.5, 6. Elliot, 201B, DD 1.6. Five, 5, 5. Alyssa, 104C, DD 2.2. Alyssa. Alyssa, 105C. Two, 2, 3. Xander, 5152B, DD 3. 7, 6.5, 6.
MIAA in lane 8 for both.
Tater, 401C, DD 1.3.
All right, we will proceed on to the second heat of the women's mile, 1650, heat 2 of women's mile. Swimming in lane 2 for Calvin is Haley Turner. Lane
5, 5.5, 5. Abby, 104B, DD 2.3. Six, 6.5, 6. Ryan, 402C, DD 1.6. Five, 5.5, 6. Ethan, 105B, DD 2.4. Six, 5.5, 5.5. Ellie, 402C, DD 1.6.
will be swung between event number 11 and event number 13 during the traditional diving break. Those will be swung following the 400-yard individual medley. That will be diving.
3.5, 4.5, 4.5.
The following event is women's 400-yard
Finn, 105B, DD 2.4. Six and a half, 5.5, 6. Addison, 402C, DD 1.4. Four, 4.5, 5. Troy, 105B, DD 2.4. Six, 5.5, 6. Heidi, 103B, DD 1.7. Five and a half, 5.5, 5.5. Barrett, 105C, DD 2.2. 6.5, 6, 6. Jenna, 403C, DD 2.2. Five and a half, 6, 6. Cooper, 103B, DD 1.6. Four and a half, 5, 5. Beginning round 2. Justin, 105B, DD 2.4. Seven, 6.5, 6. Mia, 203B, DD 2.3. Five, 5, 5.5. Sammy, 105C, DD 2.4.
Just so we can get through
Yeah.
the day a little quick. Thank you.
4.5, 4.5, 4.5. Sophie, 301B. Five, 6, 6. Kylie, 402C. Four and a half, 5.5, 5. Sam, 203C. Four, 4.5, 4. Parker, 303C. Six and a half, 6. Veronica, 5132D. Six, 5.5, 5.5. Hope, 301B. Five and a half, 5.5, 5.5. Alexis, 104C. 3.5, 4.5, 5. Leah, 203C. Five, 5.5, 5. Laura, 105B. Four, 4.5, 4. Wen, 5134D. Five and a half, 6, 6. Grace, Grace, 104B. Five, 5, 5. Sarah, 401B. Six and a half, 5.5, 5.5. Maddie, 5121D. Four, 3.5. Natalie, 103B. Six, 6.5. Thomas, 5132D. Two, 2.5, 4. Elliot, 301B. Five, 5, 5. Alyssa, 403C. Five and a half, 6, 6. Sander, 107B. Five and a half, 5.5, 5. Tater, 403C. 444. Abby, 403B. Five, 5. Ryan, 5122D. Five and a half, 5. Ethan, 405C. Six. Ellie, 202A. Four and a half, 5. Finn, 107C. Six and a half. Addison, 302C. Four and a half. Troy, 203B. Five and a half, 6. Heidi, 401B. Six and a half, 6. Barrett, 103B. Six and a half, 6. Jenna, 104B. Five and a half. Cooper, 301C.
Avery on the ball for Calvin Lane 5, 18, 25, 16.
3-4, 3.5.
Ball there at 96.
Beginning round 3. Justin, 107C.
And then 109 the year after that.
Four. Mia, 403B.
Award. 5, 5, 5.5. Sammy, 303C. Award. 4.5, 4.5, 4.5. Sophie, 203B. Award. 666. Kylie, 103B.
Kalamazoo. Umair Ahmed, lane 5 for Kalamazoo. Chris Thunder, lane 6 for Wilkins. Luke Weir.
Award. 5, 5.5, 5.5. Sam, 5231D. Award. 5, 5.5, 5.5. Parker, 203B.
Great job.
Award. 5.5, 5, 5.5. Veronica, 5134D.
I'm gonna run to the bathroom real fast.
5.5, 5, 5.5. Hope, 201A.
Dating number on the wall, 146.
6, 5.5, 5.5. Alexis, 5122D.
Next heat 2.
Four and a half, 5. Leah, 303C.
Lane 1 for Alma, Kyle Sheck. Lane 2 for Kalamazoo, Zachary Eichmann. Lane 3 for Kalamazoo, T. Whistler. Lane 4 for Alma, Morrison Wood. Lane 5 for Alma, Max Wilson. Lane 6 for Albion, Steve. Lane 7 for Albion, Will. Lane 8 for Albeck.
5. Laura, 403B. Six and a half, 7. Wen, 303B.
I'm here now.
We have just been informed that we have some illegal parking going on. We are giving them handicaps.
5.5, 6.5. Grace, 403B.
There we will get citations. We've been just told that, so you know where you are and you're parked illegally. Please move your vehicle and avoid any parking tickets. Thank you.
Six and a half. Sorry. Sarah, 203C.
Stephen Banyas at 154.53 in lane 6, take heat 2.
4.5, 5.5. Maddie, 301C.
Swinging heat 3 here. Lane 1 for Hope is Luke Weedle. Lane 2
4.5, 5.5, 5. Natalie, 104C.
for Calvin Carson McIntyre. Lane 7 for Calvin Kyle Checkray. Lane 8 for Paulette Ephraim Matterson.
5, 4.5, 5. Thomas, 105C. Four and a half, 5. Elliot, 103B. Five, 5.5, 5.5. Alyssa, 203B. Six and a half, 5.5, 6. Xander, 305C.
Ryan Sutton on the wall, 137.49, lane 2 Middle. Fletcher on the wall for Hope at 149.33. Kyle Checkray at 148.88, lane 7.
5.5, 5, 5.5. Tater, 5211C.
Take your sweet time, buddy.
Lane 1 for Calvin is Kellen Corbett. Lane 2 for Calvin is Carter Rick Detweiler. Lane 3 for Hope is Joseph Engel. Lane 4 for Calvin is Charlie Flash. Lane 5 for Hope is Henry Cox. Lane 6 for Hope is Henry Huber. Lane 7 for Calvin is Andrew Skipper. Lane
233. Abby, Abby, 5223D. Six and a half, 6.5, 5.5. 5.5. Ryan, 104B. Five, 5. Ethan, 5132D. Five and a half, 5. Ellie, 301C. 4, 4.5, 4. Finn, 405C.
Lane 3 for Alma, Scored Eagle. Lane 4 for Hope is Ellie O'Brien. Lane 5 for Alma, Lily Smith.
5.5, 5, 5. Addison, 104C. Five, 4.5, 5. Troy, 303C. Five and a half, 5, 5. Heidi, 201A. Five and a half, 6.5, 6. Barrett, 403B.
Ryan at 20062. Troy Beagle at 2677.
666. Jenna, 203B.
That's T2 3.
Five and a half, 5, 5. Cooper, 201C.
Lane 3 for Kalamazoo, Chelsea Paddock. Lane 4 for Alma, Aubrey Ross. Lane 5 for Alma, Kelsey Watson. Lane 6 for Kalamazoo, Georgia Brenneman. Lane 7 for Alma, Anya Jordan.
Four and a half, 5, 5. Beginning round 4. Justin, 305C. Thank you. Six, 5.5, 6.
Georgia Brenneman at 217 Lane 6, Aubrey Hawks at 217.34, Lane 4. Lane 1 for Hope is Axley Trigger. Lane 2 for Calvin Emerson your way. Lane 3 for Albie is Casey Adcock. Lane 4 for Calvin Enver. Lane 5 for Hope Bella Trigger. Lane 6 for Calvin Bristol Wick. Lane 7 for Hazel Melody Gentry. Lane 8 for Hope Avery Bills.
MIAA 303C. Half. Sammy 5132D. Five and a half, 5.5. Sophie 403C.
Lane 3 for Hope is Hunter Lavin. Lane 4 for Bobby is Spencer Lucas. Lane 5 for Alma, Ray Gephardt.
5.5, 5.5.
Freestyle scrolling on the board.
Kylie 5122D.
22-22 for Hunter Lavin. Lane 3 for Hope College. Up next is Heat 2.
555. Sam 105B.
Lane 1 for Calvin. Lane 2 for Calvin. Base. Lane 3 for Kevin Such. Tristan Christopher. Lane 4 for Alma is Owen Green. Lane 5 for David Bear. Lane 6 for Kelsey James. Lane 7 for Eric Ford.
4.5, 4.5. Parker 403B.
Andrew Barrett, 23-17, lane 5, Philip Bernal, 23-98, lane 1. Next heat 3.
6.5, 6. Veronica 303B.
Lane 1 for Hope is Preston Eichel, lane 2 for Alma, Nolan Benson, lane 3 for Calvin Westbrook, lane 4 for Calvin Lugar, lane 1 for Calvin Rupert, lane 6 for Calvin Campbell, lane 7 for Calvin Hope Julie, lane 8 for Calvin
555. Hope 401A.
And it goes to Luke Foley, 22-46 in lane 4, Josh Brown, 22-56 in lane 3. Next is heat 4. Lane 1 for Hope is John Pugh, lane 2 for Calvin Sandoval, lane 3 for Albie Harper Crutch, lane 4 for Calvin Zachary Pittman, lane 5 for Hope Seal Bethesda, lane 6 for Calvin Skipper, lane 7 for Calvin Jackson Skipper, lane 8 for Calvin Zeus Avery.
5.5, 5.5. Alexis 202A.
Andrew Talby takes that 21-90 and leads to Crutch at 21-94 in lane 3. Andrew Pittman at 22-74. Next heat
3.5, 3.5, 3.5. Leah, 5, 2, 3, 1, D.
Lane 1 for Calvin, David Gabriel. Lane 2 for Alma Sprint, Real. Lane 3 for Calvin, Jackson. Lane 4 for Calvin, Josh Kowalski. Lane 5 for Calvin, Nolan Smith. Lane 6 for Calvin, Zach Duncan. Lane 7 for Calvin, Will Bale. Lane 8 for Bogus, Kevin Townsend.
4.5, 4.5, 5. Laura, 203B.
Zach Wilkins doing 24. That's going to do it for our men's ski freestyle. Up next, number 8, this is going to be our freestyle. There are 4 heats to seat 1. Men's results will be scrolling in the board momentarily.
4, 3.5, 4. Wen, 203B.
Lane 3 for Albion, Alyssa Glazer. Lane 4 for Alma, Maria Halligan. Lane 5 for Alma, Isabel Leach.
5.5, 5.5, 6. Grace, 203B.
29.86 for Alyssa Glazer. Lane 3 for Albion. Next heat 2.
5.5, 5.5, 5.5. Sarah, 301C.
Lane 1 for Alma, Bailey Robinson. Lane 2 for Calvin, Isabel Chappelle. Lane 3 for Alma, Escape.
5.5, 5, 5.5. Maddie, 201B.
Lowett's Bethany Stoll. Lane 6 for Kalamazoo's Denise Camones.
4.5, 4.5, 4. Natalie, 403C.
Lane 1 Kalamazoo, Jackie Stoddard. Lane 2 for Calvin, Luis Harrison. Lane 3 for Coach Better, Schneider. Lane 4 for Calvin, Anya Obeck. Lane 5 for Brianna Elliott. Lane 6 for Kalamazoo, Lydia Maxwell. Lane 7 for Calvin, Emily Parker. Lane 8 for Alma, Peggy Wissenau.
5, 6, 5.5. Jenna, 3, or sorry. Elliot, 104C. Thomas, 403C.
Lane 1 for Hopus, Meg Pinkerton. Lane 2 for Calvin, Maria Harris. Lane 3 for Calvin, Leslie Boswell. Lane 4 for Hopus, Claudia Ducey. Lane 5 for Calvin, Megan Bentley. Lane 6 for Calvin is Holly Vanderbilt. Lane 7 for Calvin, Sarah Langera. Lane 8
5.5, 6, 5.5. Elliot, 104C.
23.76 for Megan Bentley. Lane 5 for Calvin, Leslie Boswell. 24.12. Lane Andrews, 24.22. Lane 6. Get those results scrolling for you on the board momentarily. Up next, number 9, the men's 40 yard.
3.5, 3, 3.5. Alyssa, 303C.
Results of the women's heavy freestyle are scrolling on the board. Swing of lane 3 for Hopus, Jacob Allen. Swing of Hopus, Aaron Thomas. 5 for Calvin, Peter Cordell.
3, 4, 4.5. Xander, 5, 2, 3, 5D. 777. Tater 103C. Five, 4.5, 4. Abby 203B. Five and a half, 6, 6. Ryan 203C. Four, 4.5, 4.5. Ethan 5233D. Five and a half, 6, 5.5. Ellie 103C. Four, 4, 4. Finn 203B. Five, 5, 5. Addison 5121D. Three and a half, 4, 3.5. Troy 405C. Five and a half, 5, 5. Heidi 301B. Four and a half, 4.5, 4.5. Barrett 201C. Barrett 202C. Six, 5.5, 5.5. Jenna 303C.
Lane 2 for Calvin is Evan Nelson. Lane 3 for Hope is Nick Serrani. Lane 4 for Hope is Tyler Howell. Lane 5 for Calvin, Evan Haney. Lane 6 for Albion, Tyler Jewell. Lane 7 for Kalamazoo, Reed Dixon.
6.5, 6.6. Cooper, 401B. Four, 5, 4.5. Beginning round 5. Justin, 205C. Five, 5, 5.5. Mia, 5233D. Four, 4, 5. Sammy, 203C. Five and a half, 5, 5. Sophie, 5231D. Six, 5.5, 5.5. Kylie, 301C. Four and a half, 5, 4.5. Sam, 403C. Five and a half, 5.5, 5. Parker, 5223D. Six, 6, 6. Veronica, 203A. Five, 5.5, 5. Hope, 403B.
Give us a moment.
Five and a half, 5, 6. Alexis, 401B. 4, 3.5, 4. Leah, 104C. Five and a half, 5.5, 5.5. Laura, 303C. Six, 6, 6. When 5233D. Five and a half, 6, 6.5. Grace, 303C. Seven, 6, 6. Sarah, 403C. Five, 5, 5. Maddie, 401B.
Apologies for the delay. We are working on it as quickly as we can.
Four and a half, 4.5, 4. Natalie, 203C.
Maybe I should get up there. No. No. I'll just stand behind you whenever you're about to go.
Five, 5, 5. Thomas, 203C. Five and a half, 5, 5. Elliot, 403C. Five, 5, 5. Alyssa, 5132D. Five and a half, 5, 5.5. Xander, 205C. Five and a half, 5, 5. Tater, 202C. 555. Abby, 303C.
Results from the men's 4IMers Furlong on board.
Four and a half, 5-4. Ryan, 302C. Six and a half, 6-6. Ethan, 303C. Five and a half, 5.5. Ellie, 401C. Four and a half, 4.5. Finn, 305C. Addison, 203C.
Yes, Addie.
334. Troy, 5132D. And a half, 7-7. Heidi, 5132D. Four and a half, 4.5. Barrett, 301C.
Races step members are set
Barrett, 302C. Five and a half, 5-5. Jenna, 5124D. Five, 5.5. Cooper, 403C.
Lane 1 for Halby, lane members. Lane 2 for Kalamazoo, Lizzie is the man. Lane 4 for Calvin, Eden Warren. Lane
4.5, 5, 5.
Beginning round 6. Justin, 403C. Six, 6, 6. Mia, 5225D. Five and a half, 5, 5.5. Sammy, 403C. Six, 6.5, 6. Sophie, 5223D. Five, 5, 4.5. Kylie, 2. Kylie, 201C. Six, 6, 6. Sam, 405C. Four and a half, 4, 4.5. Parker, 5132D. Six and a half, 6, 6. Veronica, 403B. Six, 6.5, 6.5. Hope, 5231D. Five, 5, 5. Alexis, 302C. Two, 3.5, 3. Leah, 403C.
Katie Pippin on the wall at 454 spot in lane 5.
6, 6, 6. Laura, 5223D.
Emily Evers-Robbie at 517. Kenny Turner on the wall at 517.
555. Wen, 403B.
Up next is E3. Lane 1 for Hope is Ella Cavish. Lane 2 for Hope is Natalie Patera. Lane 3 for Hope is Anna Stoll. Lane 4 for Hope is Katie Herman. Lane 5 for Hope is
677.
Lane 6 for Hope is Paige
Grace, 5223D.
Lane for Hope is Meredith Riker.
Five and a half, 6-6. Sarah, 5223D. Four and a half, 5, 4.5. Maddie, 104C. Three and a half, 4, 3. Natalie, 5122D. Five and a half, 6, 5. Thomas, 303C. Three and a half, 4.5. Elliot, 5132D. Four, 4, 4. Alyssa, 5223D. Four and a half, 5, 5.5. Xander, 405B. Seven, 6, 6. Tater, 302C. Four, 3, 3.5. Abby, 5134D. 5, 5.5, 5. Ryan, 5, 2, 2, 1, D.
Honor at 448. We'll do it for your women's 4IM. We'll finish here with Meredith Ryder, line 8. We will proceed back to Medical Creed. This is your first team men's line.
4.5, 4.5, 5. Ethan, 201B.
In lane 1, it's Alex Pierce. Lane 2, Kalamazoo Dominic Cooley. Lane 3 for Albion is Caleb Galvin. Lane 4 for that Masters.
5.5, 6, 6.
Ryan Fowler.
Ellie, 5, 2, 2, 1, D.
Lane 7 for Colin Moran. Lane 8 for Hope is Kenny Pontius.
Four, 4, 4. Finn, 5, 3, 3, 1, D. Five, 5.5, 5.5. Addison, 103C. Four, 4, 4. Troy, 5, 1, 3, 4, D. Six, 5.5, 5. Heidi, 5, 2, 2, 5, D. Four and a half, 4.5, 4.5. Barrett, 5, 2, 3, 1, D.
Results of the women's 4IM are scrolling on the board.
6.5, 6, 5.5.
Women's 4IM are scrolling on the board.
Jenna, 5, 2, 2, 3, D. Five, 6, 5.5. Cooper, 5, 2, 3, 1, D. Incomplete dive. And this concludes session 1. We will begin session 2 in 30 minutes. The places are as follows.
On men's 3 meter, in 11th, we have Cooper with 114.65. 10th, we have Tater, 119.45. In 9th, we have Addison, 126.8. In 8th, we have Thomas, 160.6. In 7, we have Sam, 183.45. In 6th, we have Barrett with 197.65. In 5th, we have Ethan with 227.3. In 4th, we have Troy with 238.65. In 3rd, we have Finn with 241.25. In 2nd, we have Justin, 245.85. And in 1st, we have Xander with 312.1. For women's 1 meter, is it just 17? In 22nd place, we have Ellie with 123. In 21st, we have Maddie, 130.75. In 20th, we have Alexis, 131.1. In 19th, we have Kylie, 153.1. In 18th, we have Elliot, 158.1. In 17th, we have Ryan, 169.75. In 16th, we have Sarah, 173.25. In 15th, we have Heidi, 175.5. In 14th, we have Natalie, 189.9. In 13th, we have Alyssa, 190.55. In 12th, we have Mia, 191.4. In 11th, we have Hope, 194.55. In 10th, we have Leah, 195. In 9th, we have Sarah with 205.6. In 8th, we have, is it Sophie or Sophia? Sophie, 206.45. In 7th, we have Laura, 220.65. In 6th, we have Jenna, 225.7. In 5th, we have Abby, 230. In 4th, we have Grace, 232.2. In 3rd, we have Parker, 236.65. In 2nd, we have Veronica with 237.3. And in 1st place, we have Wen with 254.7. Our next event will start at 2:15.
Colin Moran on the ball for Elma at 18-28. Kenny Hodges, 18-32. Ryan Fowler and Ephraim Master's son on the ball in lanes 5 and 4, 1851 and 1852. Up next is event number 4, heat 1 of the women's 1650. Swimming in lane 3 is Sarah Page Finks from Kalamazoo. Swimming in lane 4 for Elma is Val Vinci. Lane 5 for Elma is Zoe Berringer. Swimming in lane 4 as part of event number 3 is Eli Mull. Lane 1. In lane 1 for Elma is Eli Mull. Eli Mull finishing with a time of 17:13.35 in lane 1 for Alma. Once again, that time for Eli Mull was 17:13.35. And scroll results for the men's and women's miles in some of the following heats with all of the times included, just so you can take a look at those. 17:13.35. Right, we return to event number 13, the men's 200-yard butterfly. This is heat 1 of 2. Calvin, Jacob Ziegler. Lane 5 for Hope, Everett Cox. Lane 6 for Hope is Ethan Esparza. Lane 7 for Calvin, Alex Bergsma. Lane 8 for Calvin, Henry Pippin. Jacob Ziegler at 153.97, lane 4. Everett Cox at 156.87, John Reeder at 201.16, Jalen Hung at 201.23, Ethan Esparza at 201.29. That's it for our men's 2 fly. Up next is event number 14, the women's 2 fly. There are 2 heats, heat 1. Lane 3 for Calvin, Racing Anchor. Lane 4 for Alma, Laney Moisenet. Lane 5 for Alma, Effie Spitzley. Results for the women's 1650 are scrolling on the board with all competitors included. Results for the women's 1650 are scrolling on the board. We will scroll the men's 200-yard flies momentarily.
For diving session 2, this is the order. Finn, Ellie, Grace, Sammy. Number 5 is Sam, Veronica, Natalie, Wen, Barrett. Parker is 10. Elliot, Sarah, Ryan, Leah. Thomas is 15. Laura, Mia, Heidi. Hope, Tater is 20. Addison, Alyssa, Ethan, Max, Xander is 25. Justin, Abby, Troy, Sophie, Jenna is 30, and Kylie is 31. We will begin shortly.
Chris Hager on the roll at 2:23.21 in lane 3. Lenny Boycenet and Spitzley are on the wall. Up next, heat 2. Results from the men's 200-yard butterfly are scrolling on the board. We're going to get those results for the women's 200-yard butterfly scrolling on the board for you during event number 15, the men's 100-yard freestyle. Up next, event number 15, the men's 100-yard freestyle. There are 4 heats, heat 1.
Attention divers, we will be starting in 1 minute.
Just right, just.
Lead super Alma, Rain Demara. Lane Arizona, Aaron Horn. Lane 4 Alma, Cody Benhusky. Lane 5 Alma, Chris Hunter. Lane 6 Alma, James Pettis.
Sorry, guys.
Up next, heat 2.
Olivia, you good? All 3 of you? Yeah. All right.
Beginning of round 1. Finn, dive 105C.
Lane 1 Kalamazoo, Justin Christopher. Lane 6 Alma, Cody Roberts. Lane 3 Alma, Nolan Kaiser. Lane 4 Kalamazoo, Avery Jones. Lane 5 Calvin Drew Patel. Lane 6 Albion, Will Benjamin. Lane 7 Will Davidson.
Award 766. Ellie, dive 103C.
Results for the women's 200-yard fly are scrolling on the board.
Award 555. Sammy, no, Grace, dive 105B.
Avery Jones on the 50.5 and the 4-0 riser at 50.21. Up next is heat 3.
It's Grace.
Award 6.566. Sammy, dive 302C. Award 656. Sam, dive 104B. 105C.
Yeah.
Award 5.5, 5.5. Veronica, dive 404C.
5.5. There we go.
Award 666. Natalie, dive 301B. Award 566. Wen, dive 105B. Award 6.5, 6.5. Barrett, dive 103B.
Next, event number 16. It's the women's 100 freestyle. There are 4 heats. This is heat 1. We'll get the results of the men's 100 freestyle.
Award 6, 5.5, 6. Parker, dive 105B. Award 6, 5.5, 6. Elliot, dive 201B. Award 556. Sarah, dive 105C. Award 5.5, 5.5. Ryan, dive 101B.
Next heat 2.
Award 566. Leah, dive 403C.
Let's go.
Lane 1 for Olivet, Bailey Robinson. Lane 2 for Alma is Anya Krudicki. Lane 4 for Alma, Sierra Scott. Lane 5 for Kalamazoo, Megan Gentry. Lane 6 for Kalamazoo, Lily May.
Award
7 for Alma, Jaime Reganis.
6, 5.5, 6. Thomas, dive 103B. Award 5.5, 5, 5.5. Laura, dive 103B. Award 5.5, 6, 6.5. Mia, dive 103B. Award 6, 5, 6.5. Heidi, dive 105C. Award 6.5, 6, 6.5. Hope, dive 103B. Award 6, 6.5, 6.5. Cooper, dive 403C.
Cooper scratched.
Tater, dive 402C.
Let's go, Tater! It's like recording me like a month now. That's my heart rate's Might be.
Award 5, 5, 5. Addison, dive 103C. Award 5, 5, 5. Alyssa, dive 105C. Award 5, 5, 5.5. Ethan, dive 403B. Award 6.5, 7, 7. Max, dive 403B. Award 6.5, 7, 6.5. Xander, dive 5134D. Award 6, 7.5, 7. Justin, dive 105C.
award. 5.5.5.5. Abby dive 403B. Award. 6.5, 6.5, 6.5. Troy, dive 105B. Award. 6.5, 6.5, 7. Sophie, dive 105C. Award. 666. Jenna, dive 403C. Award. 5.5, 6. Kylie, dive 401B. Award. 6.5, 6.5, 6. Beginning of round 2. Finn, dive 403B.
Award 777. Ellie, dive 403C. Award 555. Grace, dive 403B. Seven, 7.5, 7.5. Sammy, dive 203B. Award 6.5, 6. Sam, dive 105C. 403C.
What is this obsession with watching like Sam
Award. 6, 6.5, 6.5. Veronica, dive 105B.
Let's go, B!
Lane 7, Calvin Benjamin Richard. Lane 8, Calvin Christian.
Award.
Ellie.
6, 5, 5.5. Natalie, dive 201B. Award 5.5, 6, 6.5.
Go to what?
Wen, dive 305C.
Sorry. That's even. No, it was Veronica.
Award 444. Barrett, dive 104C. Five and a half. Parker, dive 303C.
Ben Richard, 202.50. Matt Desire, 204.20. That's it for men's 200-yard backstroke. Next, number 18, the women's 200-yard backstroke.
Award 5.5, 6, 6. Elliott, dive 301C. Award 555. Sarah, dive 201C.
103?
103B.
Which one? I got 203, then 104. 104, 51, 21, 104. Or 203.
Award 6.5, 6, 6.5. Ryan, dive 401C. 401B.
Y'all are killing me.
Award 6.5, 6.5, 6.5. Leah, dive 203C. Award 6.5, 6, 7. Thomas, dive 105C. Award 6, 5, 5.5. Laura, dive 105B. Award 6.5, 6.5, 6.5. MIAA dive 105B.
Laura 6.5
Award 6.5, 6, 6.5.
Guys, yeah, that's.
Heidi dive 404C.
I'm a little bit. I'm 20. I thought you were middle. Laura, were you here for your birthday?
Award 4.5, 4.5, 4.5. Hope dive 303B. Award 3.5, 4, 4. Tater dive 203C.
Let's go, Tater!
Race for Alma, Zoe Barrett, your lane 4 for Alma, Bethany Stoll, lane 5 for Alma, is Tori Beagle, lane 6 for Kalamazoo, and East Phillips, lane 7 for Alma, is Aubrey Hawk.
Award 3.5, 3.5, 3.5. Addison dive 104C. Award 3.5, 3, 3.5. Alyssa dive 403C.
Tori Beagle at 2:15.85, lane 5 for Alma.
Award
Heat
4.5, 5, 6. Ethan dive 105C. Award 4.5, 5, 5. Max dive 404C.
Lane 1 for Hope is Brianna Elliott. Lane 2 for Hope is Madeline McGee. Lane 3 for Hope is Avery Bills. Lane 4 for Calvin Emma Purple. Lane 5 for Hope is Brett Gilly. Lane 6 for Calvin Beauty. Lane 7 for Calvin Texas. Lane 8 for Alice Field Loris.
Award 5, 4, 5. Xander dive 105B. 105B. Award 6.5, 7, 7. Justin dive 5132D. 5131D.
Oh, you're gonna love this.
Award 5.5, 6, 6. Abby, dive 105B. Award 6.5. Troy, dive 203B. Award 7, 6.5, 7.5. Sophie, dive 303C. Award 5.5, 6, 6.5. Jenna, dive 103B. Award 6.5, 6, 6.5. Kylie, dive 403C. Award 6.5, 6, 6. Beginning of round 3. Finn, dive 203B. Award 5.5, 5.5, 5.5. Ellie, dive 201C.
Except for me.
Miles, I didn't even think you would be an exception. If I genuinely started like being a smart walker, I would not tell.
Award 555.
Only person I would ever tell that
Grace, dive 201B.
softball because I'm freaky. Because I would really like to have a professional where I get to say I'm a professional freak. You are 1 point ahead of me. Exactly.
Award
And I did score better
6.5, 7.5, 7.5.
by 0.2.
Sammy, dive 5231D.
No, you're not. Yeah, no, you're not. You're gonna flop it. I'll say anywhere else. Not
Award 6, 5, 5.5. Sam, dive 403, 404C. Award 4.5, 4, 4. Veronica, dive 303B.
Good for you. Come on, B. Ooh.
Award 3.5, 2, 2. Natalie, dive 401B. Award 6, 5.5, 5.5. Wen, dive 205C. Award 5, 5, 5.5.
Not that bad. You have a new girlfriend, right?
Barrett, dive 301C. Award 4.5, 5.5, 5. Parker, dive 203A.
Veronica's dive.
Award 4.5, 4.5, 4.5. Elliot, dive 103B. Award 6, 5.5, 6. Sarah, dive 301C. Award 5.5, 5, 5.5. Ryan, dive 5132D. Award 4.5, 4.5, 4.5. Leah, dive 303C. Award 4.5, 5, 5. Thomas, dive 403C. Award 655. Laura, dive 403B. Award 666. Mia, dive 403B. Award 5.5, 6, 6.5. Heidi, dive 203B. Award 5.5, 5.5, 5. Hope, dive 403B. 205. C.
Dive change, 205C.
Who's this for?
Hope.
204C?
205. Addison did a 104 up there. And I've seen 106 up there too.
I've seen a 102 up there. Not me personally.
No, I haven't done that. I want 106 down there.
Award. 4.5, 4.5, 4. Tater, dive 104C.
Let's go, Taylor!
Snap. As long as he doesn't snap, he could be Addison. Because they have like the exact same guys.
Award. 1, 2, 1.5. Addison, dive 5121D. 5121D. Award. One, 1.5, 1. Alyssa, dive 404C.
Goes fast because I'm announcing it really fast, guys. I'm trying to get out of here fast.
Hi, Kylie.
I have a date tonight.
It's also the women's 2 backers scrolling on the board. That's it for our men's 500.
Award.
20 for women's 500.
6.5, 6, 6.5. Ethan, dive 5132D.
Bye, Ellie. Have fun. Best of luck.
Award. 6.5, 6, 6.
113.
What is this?
6.
Max, dive 105B. Award. 5, 4.5, 5. Xander, dive 5333D.
Oh my days.
Award. 7, 6.5, 6.5. Justin, dive 5134D. Award. 5.5, 5.5, 5.5. Abby, dive 203C.
That's because you barely. It was so close. We had to think.
I had to use the replay. Yours just hurt.
Award.
That one
5.5, 6.5. Troy, dive 303C.
Not do what I was supposed to do, so I was like trying to adjust.
Award 777. Sophie, dive 203A.
3.5 ahead. Me?
Award 6.5, 6.5, 6. Jenna, dive 105B.
Yes. Inhale something. Please don't. My stick is good pop. My surgery is good. Barely pull that off.
Award 5.5. Kylie, dive 103B. Award 5.55. Finn, dive 5331D.
Well, yeah. I really did not want to move back home. Before college, I told myself when I was done here I would not move back home.
Award 5.5, 6, 5.5.
I'm not moving back home. I can't.
Ellie, dive 301C. Announced as standing.
You're welcome, Ellie.
Four and a half, 5. Grace, dive 203A.
Everyone's copying Veronica now, bro. Really nice. One person goes down, everyone goes down.
Award 5.5, 6, 5.5. Sammy, dive 5132D. Award 666. Sam, dive 303C. Award 455.
500-yard freestylers.
Veronica, dive 5134D.
Let's go, V!
Award
Walter Alma at 554.
656.
Sullivan for Alma at 556.
Natalie, dive 103B.
Up next is Heat 2 for our women's 5 freestyle.
Award 7, 5.5, 5.5. Wen, dive 5233D.
Lane 3 for Alma, Val Vinci. Lane 4 for Kalamazoo.
Award
Lane 5 for Kalamazoo.
777.
6 for Kalamazoo, Sophia Dubé.
Barrett, dive 201C.
Reminder for those of you keeping track of your heat sheets being swung currently during effectively the diving race, so we will proceed directly to event number 20, freedom men's 200-yard breaststroke after the third and final heat of the women's 500-yard freestyle, which follows this sprint heat.
656. Parker, dive 403B.
Means we are almost done.
Ward. 6.5, 6.5, 6.5. Elliott, dive 403B. Award 5, 5, 5.5. Sarah, dive 5132D. Award 455. Ryan, dive 302C. Announces standing.
Who's this? Wow. I didn't believe we got this.
Award 6.5, 5. Leah, dive 105C.
Keep it up, guys.
Award 5.5, 5.5, 5.5. Thomas, dive 203C.
About I'm not doing review.
Award 5.5, 5. Laura, dive 5233D.
There's no rhythm. Yeah, isn't she needing one?
Award
I'm like the only ground person out
6, 6, 5.5. Mia, dive 202A. Award 6, 5, 5.5. Heidi, dive 1B. Award 5, 4.5, 5. Hope, dive
machinations of my mind are meant to be an enigma.
403B. B.
403.
Can you send me the link to the back?
403B.
McNeely gets the bell at 5:05
Award
9:16.
666. Tater, dive 5121D. Award 333. Addison, dive 203C.
All right, lock in, bro.
Olympic Melee 538.90 in lane 4. Esfed 541. Ned 544. Up next, our third and final heat, moves 5 to reset.
Award 4.5, 4.5, 4. Alyssa, dive 203A. Award
Lane 1 for Calvin is Kaylee Turner. Lane 2 for Hope is Paige
4.5, 5, 6.
and Zoe Paul. Lane 5 for Hope is Mackenzie Baldwin.
Ethan, dive 303C.
Lane 7 for Hope, Meredith Rick Riker. Lane 8 for Hope is Exley Turner.
Award 6, 7, 5. Max, dive 303C. Award 5.5, 5.5, 5. Xander, dive 303C. 3B. B. Award 5.5, 5.5, 6. Justin, dive 303C. Award 544. Abby, dive 303C.
Wow, we had 5 303s in a row. Can you give me another? Can you give me another team?
Award 5.5, 5.5, 5. Troy, dive 403B. Award 7, 6.5, 6.5. Sophie, dive 403B.
I saw him stick that landing, and I was like,
Award 556.
although he said that he's got his inward weapon.
Jenna, dive 203B. Award 5.5, 5, 5. Kylie, 301C.
Let's go, Kylie.
666. Finn, beginning of round 5. 303B. Award.
502.76.
Ellie, dive 302C. Announced as standing. Award 5.5, 5, 5.5. Grace, dive 303B.
532.80.
I smell muffins.
Award 5.5, 5.5.
Men's 200-yard breaststroke.
Sammy, dive 105C. Award 6, 5, 5.5. Sam, dive 203C.
502T was
Yeah, because I was 127 last week.
Award 5.5, 6, 5.5. Veronica, dive 203A.
What's wrong with the board? What? Oh, that one? The new one? It's the dry board. No. Oh, it just doesn't work. There we go.
Award 5.5, 5.5, 5. Natalie, dive 132D. Award 555. When dive 5235D.
My sense of competition against everybody else is one. I
Award 556. Barrett, dive 403C. Award 6.5, 5.5. Parker, dive 404C.
similar to 216.20 and move forward to 217.64. Up next, heats 2.
Award 5.5, 4.5, 5. Elliott, dive 5132D. Award 6, 5.5, 5. Sarah, dive 403B. Award 6.5, 5, 6. Ryan, dive 103B. Award 5.5, 5, 5.5. Leah, dive 5132D. Award 5.5, 5, 5.5. Thomas, dive 5231D. Award 4.5, 4.5, 4.5. Laura, dive 201B.
And Swans, you get it. 213.83 in lane 7. Down.
Award 6.5, 6.5, 6. Mia, dive 302C. Award 4, 4, 4.5.
Next is heat 3.
Heidi, dive 5132D. Award 545. Hope, dive 5231D. Award 5.5, 6, 6. Tater, dive 302C. Announced as standing.
You got confused.
3. Award 5, 4.5, 4.5. Addison, dive 402C.
Lane 1 for Albie is Caitlin Galligan. Lane 2 for Albie is Spencer Lukasic. Lane 3 for Hope is Nick Serrano. Lane 4 for Alma, Brett Wheeler. Lane 5 for Hope is John McHugh. Lane 6 for Alma, Cody Benkowski. Lane 7 for Aaron Cross. Lane 8 for
Award
Eric
5.5, 5.5, 5. Alyssa, dive 303C.
Bridget Reel at 211.76 for Alma. John McHugh at 216.04 Lane 5 for Hope.
Award
Rocky 220.98.
445. Ethan, dive 203B.
Heat 4.
Award 666. Max dive 203B. Award 5.5, 5.5, 6. Xander dive 203C. D. B. B.
What's that? Like a moose and
Award 5.5, 5, 5.5. Justin dive 203C.
Lane 1 for Calvin is Logan Yakubowski. Lane 2 for Calvin is Caleb Gannon. Lane 3 for Calvin is Kari Lynn. Lane 4 for Hope is Luke Newton. Lane 5 for Calvin is Andrew Sullivan. Lane 6 for Calvin is Josh Trump. Lane 7 for Hope is Josh Yakubowski. Lane 8 for Calvin is Alex Kemp.
Award 5.5, 6, 6. Abby dive 5231D. Award 6.5, 6, 6. Troy dive 5132D. Award 6.5, 7, 7. Sophie dive 5231D. Award 5.5, 5.5, 6. Jenna dive 303C. 303B. Award 6.5, 6, 6. Kylie dive 5211A.
Lane 3 for Hope is Ella Cathers. Lane 4 for Kalamazoo is Lindsay Gibson-Air. Lane 5 for Kalamazoo is Chelsea Paddock.
Award 555. Beginning our final round, Finn dive 404C. 405C.
very, very different switch.
Award 5.5, 4, 4.5. Ellie dive 5211A.
I thought it added them all.
I was under the impression that it's judges' score.
3.5, 4, 3.5.
That's what. Yeah, that's my guess.
Grace dive 52-33D.
No, it adds them all.
Ella Cavendish at 2:33.76 for lane 3. Up next is heat 2 of 3.
Seven and a half, 7-7. Sammy dive 403B.
It is out of all the judges' scores individually, that number times
Award F66. Sam dive 52-23D. Award 5.5, 6, 5.
I'll give you that same score.
Veronica dive 52-33D. Five, 5.5. Natalie dive 403B.
Lane 2 for Calvin is Isabel Trufeller. Lane 3 for Albion is Alyssa Glazer. Lane 4 for Albion is Ebony Evers. Lane 5 for Calvin, Anya Opek. Lane 6 for Oma, Lily Smith. Lane 7 for Calvin, Eden Mari.
Five, 5. Wen dive 405C. Six and a half. Barrett dive 52-31D. Six, 5.5. Parker dive 51-34D.
Eden Mari with the ball, lane 7 for 240.13. Isabel Trufeller at 2:43.40 in lane 2. One more meet in women's 200 wrestling.
5. Elliott dive 105C. Five and a half. Sarah dive 203B. Award 3.5, 4.5. Ryan dive 201C. 5, 4.5, 5.
You could probably just.
Leah, dive 52-31D.
Then yeah, don't leave. But Miles is gonna go right after he talks to me. Well, no, he just has to go.
I'm moving. Date.
6, 5.5, 5. Thomas, dive 303C. Three, 4, 3. Laura, dive 301B. Five, 5, 5. Mia, dive 52-33D. Five and a half, 5.5, 5.5. Heidi, dive 52-33D.
Tater, get ready. You're up.
Lane 2 for Kalamazoo is the A-Rita of Westra, and then Comedian Bolari. Lane 3, the Alligator Area, Long Nixon, Rita, Lane 4, the Alligator Area, Long Magas, Jan Hansen. Lane 5, the Hope D-Rita, Pontius, Pierce, Powers, East. Lane 6, the Hope D-Rita, Coxwalk, Thomas.
5, 5, 5. Hope, dive 52-33D. Tater, dive 103C. Four, 4, 4. Addison, dive 302C. Five, 4, 4. Alyssa, dive 51-32D. Six, 5.5, 6. Ethan, dive 52-31D. Six and a half, 6.5, 6.5. Max, dive 52-23D. Failed dive. Xander, dive 403B. Seven, 6.5, 6.5. Justin, dive 403C. 403C.
Hey, consistent. You have another meet next weekend. You got 2 of them.
Previous heat, heat 2, lane 3 has been disqualified from the previous heat.
Six and a half, 6.6. Abby, dive 5233D. Six, 5.5. Troy, dive 5134D. Five and a half, 5.5. 5132D. Five and a half, 5.5. Jenna, dive 5231D. Six, 5.5. And our final dive this evening goes to Kylie, dive 203B. Four and a half, 4.5. That concludes our diving section for the evening. The results will be posted shortly.
On men's 1 meter in 11th, we have Tater with 111.8. In 10th, we have Addison, 124.35. In 9th, we have Thomas, 183.35. In 8th, we have Barrett, 186.5. In 7th, we have Max, 197.6. In 6th, we have Sam, 216.55. In 5th, we have Justin, 216.9. In 4th, we have Ethan, 244.85. In 3rd, we have Finn with 253.2. In 2nd, we have Troy, 277.8. And in 1st, we have Xander with 284.2. On women's 3 meter, In 17th, we have Natalie with 181.35. In 16th, we have Elliot with 187.3. In 15th, we have Sarah, 188.05. In 14th, we have Mia, 201.95. In 13th, we have Heidi, 202.35. In 12th, Leah, 203.2. In 11th, Hope, 206.85. In 10th, we have Jenna, 211.7. In 9th, we have Alyssa, 213.4. In 8th, we have Sammy, 213.45. In 7th, we have Laura, 218.1. In 6th, we have Veronica, 218.15. In 5th, we have Sophie, 221.35. In 4th, we have Parker, 223.85. In 3rd, we have Abby, 227.7. In 2nd, we have Grace, 250.05. And in 1st place, we have Wen with 267.75. Thank you for coming out to watch diving.